be alive. They were born. 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 I was singing that song to myself today. I was up doing my morning stuff. Just walking around the kitchen, just going, barn. Barn to be alive. Alrighty, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome back. We're here again doing our thing. It's December 11th, 2024. So, Tylius, thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for those 5 gifted subs. It's cold out here in space. It's December. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Got a great presentation on deck. Great presentation to go over later. We're going to be talking all about imposter syndrome. Isn't it always cold in space? Not in the summer. The summers are pretty nice. The summers out here are actually pretty nice. I can lay out on that rock back there and catch some gamma waves. All right. All right. You'll try to book your vacation for then? Yeah, I think that alien back there runs an Airbnb. He's always trying to get me to rent it. It's like, hey, gotta come check out my 2-bedroom? It's available. Like, I'm good, man. He's just very insistent. I think he just needs somebody to talk to. New Twitch layout. They changed it again. They changed it again. You hate to see it. How are we feeling today? It's Wednesday. Christmas is approaching. It's gonna be here before we know it, I fear. Anybody looking forward to the holidays? Anybody looking forward to New Year's Eve? I feel really bad about something that happened on my London trip. Well, we're here if you want to talk about it. The first thing my mind went to, and I don't know what this means, is the first thing my mind went to is that you clogged somebody's toilet. So I don't know what actually happened. But for some reason, that's just the first thing that came to mind. Like, yeah, I was in London. I was visiting somebody's flat. Oh, the way that's part of the story? See, I just knew. I knew it'd involve a toilet in some capacity. Like, yeah, they had me eat a full English breakfast and then I backed up their toilet. delighted because I'm installing my brand new PS5. Oh, nice. I haven't had a chance to play my PS5 that much recently, but I really do like it. I need to make more time to just chill and play some PS5. I might install Marvel Rivals on the PlayStation 5 because I've been enjoying playing it and I wanted to see how it works on the controller. You know, I went into Marvel Rivals with pretty low expectations. I'm pretty burnt out on the hero shooter genre of games, but this one's actually pretty fun. I've been enjoying this one. Did not like Deadlock. Was not a big fan of Deadlock. It's like, oh, it's a MOBA shooter, but it's by the people who made Dota 2, and I did not like Dota 2. I was going to see my husband's grave, right? So I texted his best friend that I met at the same time in 2016, ended up fucking him all day instead of going to the grave, and also clogged his toilet while douching. You know, that makes for a much better story, I think. Like, I'm looking forward to reading your autobiography at some point. I'm looking forward to reading your autobiography. You've got quite a story to tell. I'm a bad person. Well, there's a difference between doing a bad thing and being a bad person. I don't even, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, you're not a healthcare CEO, you know? You're not denying people insurance coverage. You're just clogging people's toilets. I don't hold it against you. I feel hopeful and sentimental today. That sounds pretty nice. Hold on, I'm gonna steal it. That's a good one. That's a good mix. Just feels wrong. I mean, like Cutie Cheeks said it, but I'm just saying, like, in light of all of the things that he put you through, this kind of feels poetic in a way. I feel like it kind of feels poetic to me. Just all of the hell that that man put you through. This kind of feels like... kind of feels poetic to me. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's kind of beautiful. It's kind of a beautiful thing. He had a large ass mirror and I was serving. See, I think you feel bad about it, but in the grand scheme of things, I think you made the right choice. I think in the grand scheme of things, you did the right choice. Alright, anybody still figuring out how they feel? So I'm about ready to get this wheel out of the way and open up that question box. Anybody still taking a look? Anybody still mulling it over? I guess I should pick one. I have a feeling. And I'm pretty sure it's not one that's on the wheel. I am feeling resolute. I feel a great amount of resolve right now. That's how I feel. Feeling anxious. I have a work event tonight. Is it mandatory? Like a Christmas party? Like, do you have to be there for a long time? It's okay to just dip in and then dip out. Like, dip in, say your hellos, and then dip out. Alright, I'm gonna go home. $5:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. It's 4 hours. Are you getting paid? Or is this like a party? If that were a party, you better believe I'd get there at 8. I'd get there at 8 p.m. Yeah, definitely don't get there at 5:30. Get there at like 7. Free food and alcohol and a live band. And you had layoffs around the holiday season. We're like, well, what are we gonna do? We got all this excess budget. We just laid that person off. We have to, we have to keep the budget the same from last year. Otherwise, we can't justify all that spending. So, let's get a band at the holiday party. We got a little bit extra cash. You know what I really liked about working in a mental health center is one of the places that I worked had an annual holiday party and they did a talent show. And so the clients got to participate in a talent show. And I got to be the MC for the event. Very fun. It was my kind of party. Food. It was a great time. Great time. We love the holiday party. Doing too much caffeine. It's got my eyeball twitching. I can feel my eyeball just going. Doing too much caffeine at the moment. little revved up. Everyone except for me got permanently banned from a bar. Oh, good. Oh, good. You dodged the bullet. I could imagine getting drunk around your coworkers would be a very messy thing. And so it's something that I would generally avoid doing if at all possible. Not getting wasted in front of all your coworkers. Just because, you know, you never know. You never know. What if that's the time where it's like, uh-oh, that fish you ate 2 days ago just wasn't so good, and that alcohol is upsetting your stomach just right, and you're projectile vomiting. Haven't even had that much to drink. Just wrong place, wrong time. Right there at the work party. We've all been there in some way, shape, or form, you know what I mean? It's happened to all of us, just wrong place, wrong time. Because food poisoning operates on a delay. Food poisoning typically takes a day or two to really manifest. Another girl ran away and got lost. Good thing I'm too powerful for food poisoning. You got that extra strong acidic stomach. You're just dissolving bones like that bird we looked at. The bird eating bones. You just got an incredible microbiome. You know, it'll be a great breakthrough in science when we really just revolutionize our understanding of a microbiome and how it can help improve a person's microbiome. Because it really does have such a tremendous benefit to your physical well-being. And your mental well-being. There are more non-human cells, like the cells in your guts, all those unicellular organisms, all those bacterium, all those little guys, they outnumber your human cells. You're in a symbiotic relationship with 1 trillion little passengers. And if the people on your cruise ship aren't happy, you're gonna know about it. They're gonna have you puking and shitting, starting fights. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get into that question box. Enough talk about poop and pee. It's time for a question box. Let's get it together. Let's put on our serious faces here. When I feel the emotion called boredom, it signals to me that I need to find something in my environment or my actions that can foster creativity or meaning and to avoid things that are dull and drabbed. That's a good way to overcome boredom, is to, instead of just have, there's a way that you can respond to boredom and it's just going, I'm bored. And then you get out your phone and you're just like, this is a great way to use boredom. The thing about boredom is I would put it not in... Okay, so think about the realm of emotions, all of the different types of emotions you can experience. Outside of that, adjacent to that, is your energy level. You could also look at this as like how roused your attention is. It kind of also works on its own little spectrum. And so I think boredom is more so on that like energy spectrum. It's like I've got this restless energy and I'm not sure where to direct it. I need something to stimulate my senses. I guess that could be like how... Alright, I'll think about that. But I had an idea. Desire for sensory input. Boredom is kind of like a desire for a novel sensory input. Whether that be practicing a new skill, creating something, learning something new, doing something fun. The brain craves new and novel experiences while simultaneously wanting things to be predictable, and this puts us in an interesting predicament. Do you have any advice on how to find things that are meaningful that might ease boredom? Find an instrument to practice. And when I say instrument, I don't just mean a musical instrument. Your body can be your instrument. Your instrument could be a pencil, your instrument could be a mouse and keyboard or a game controller, but just look at it in such a way as that this is the instrument that I'm learning how to play. Whether it be a tennis racket or a golf club or a crochet needle, a paintbrush, treat it with the same way that you would treat an instrument that you are learning how to play. Could also be your own physical body, your singing voice, your throat singing, your, you know... This is what I find to be a very satisfying answer to the boredom problem. Pick up your instrument and learn how to play that thing. Or just reflect on how good it feels to play it at a proficient level. That's also fun to do. You know, you can embrace your learning, you can embrace the honing of your skills, but you can also just enjoy doing something and then be like, yeah, I did that shit. I did that shit. That shit looks good. Yodeling while I do my to-do list. Have you ever wanted to learn how to yodel? Another thing that I would like to add to this is think about something that you've always wanted to learn how to do. Something that when you were a kid, you learned that that was a thing, and then you said to yourself, I want to learn how to do that. Something that you're still waiting to get around to learning how to do. Something from years and years ago. Pick one of those things. I'm sure that some will come to you if you sit down and think about it. For me, that was throat singing. That's why I started practicing a few years ago. I was like, I've always wanted to learn how to throat sing. I thought it was so cool. And I've never met anybody in real life who knew how to do it. So I'm like, I want to learn how to do it. And I'm like, oh, this shit's fucking hard. But you know what? It's a fun thing to do. And now whenever I'm bored, I'm just like, well, I guess I could practice throat singing. Or I could do some meditation. That's the thing. If you have no other instruments to pick up, turn your mind into an instrument. That's what meditation is. Meditation is just brain practice. Throat singing has been making me sneeze. It'll do that. It'll vibrate the nerve inside of your head that triggers a sneeze. Inside your head, it's kind of like a little bit back from your nose. It's kind of around like in here, but kind of more central. There's a nerve, or there's a bundle of nerves that will trigger the sneeze reflex. And sometimes when you throat sing, you can vibrate that part of like, because it's kind of like in your sinuses, you can vibrate it and it'll make you sneeze, which could actually be pretty cool because sneezing feels good and it'll help to like clear you out a little bit. The thing about it is that that nerve has a refractory period. So like once you sneeze a couple times by doing it, it won't keep making you sneeze. Also, learning how to throat sing clears out your throat and your sinuses like never before. Like you'll be coughing up, you'll be able to like clear out loogies that might have been in there for 10 years, just like in some back corner of your throat. Just trying to teach chat like facial stretches and throat vibrations. Yeah, I've been teaching her how to do that. That was who she learned it from. Because I got into that stuff a while ago and I've been trying to get her to learn how to do it because she's always talking about her TMJ and I'm like, this will help your TMJ. Like you gotta do some facial stretches. Like, oh, you've got sinus congestion. Let me teach you how to vibrate your sinuses. It's kind of sick. It'll knock the tonsil stones off. It will. Like, it'll vibrate. You'll clear out, like, stuff that you didn't even realize. And it'll be like, have you ever, like, had that feeling of just like, oh, like, unexpected relief? Like, oh, I didn't even realize that was a thing. Kind of like when you wear a backpack for such a long time, you just get used to wearing the backpack, and then you finally take it off, and it's just like, ah. Anyway, that's my response to boredom. Let me go ahead and get back into this question. Do you have any advice on how to find things that are meaningful that might ease boredom? Because at first glance, maybe something might appear dull and drab, but there might be some kind of way to engage with those things to create meaning. You know what? And I feel like your ability to do that is what makes you not a boring person. I don't mean this as an insult to anybody, but if you're bored, you're boring. Being able to just take something that might initially appear dull and drab, but to actually find meaning in it is actually the sign that you're an insightful person. You're an outside-the-box thinker. You're able to derive meaning, or you're able to like think about things more deeply. Like even if you're just looking at something, like you're just sitting in a dentist's office and you're sitting there and it's just, there's magazines in here, but these are all from 2006. These magazines are almost 20 years old. These same copies of People magazine and National Geographic. And you're just bored. And then you start thinking about it and you're like, I wonder how many people have read this copy of National Geographic. It's been in this dentist's office for nearly 20 years. I wonder what kind of procedures they had. I wonder what kind of stuff people were going through just sitting in this office. I wonder how they felt. Flipping through this same old issue of National Geographic. Wondering about how their filling is going to go. Wondering if the dentist is going to tell them to floss more. Wondering if the dental hygienist is going to be a little rough today or not. Just ask yourself questions and then think about those things. That's what it's all about, is just to think about things more deeply. If you learn to do that, you'll never be bored. You'll always find something to entertain yourself. Some of us had to learn how to do that when we were young because we were lonely kids. So we just had to learn how to entertain ourselves. Kind of a useful skill to have. Maybe making a story out of it or asking a question about it that relates to your own life. I was wondering your perspective. You know, you could relate it to your own life, but you also don't have to. You could also just look outwards into the paths that it has crossed with other people's lives, and to just think about how this item, this copy of National Geographic in a dentist's office, is the crossroads point for many journeys of people that you will never know. But people who have gone through a similar situation as you. A similar situation. They were also at one point sitting in that dentist's office, waiting for their name to be called, thumbing through that magazine. Simulation? Yeah, just a Freudian slip. Whoops. Anyway, that's my perspective. Sometimes I write little notes in those magazines. It's one of my favorite things in life to do, is to like leave a note somewhere where people might not find it for 50 years. A little mark on humanity. Hey everyone. Hey everyone. After going through an interview, taking a caliper assessment, and waiting for the company's response, I have received a job offer. Oh, would you look at that? All right. That's a W. We've got a W today. We've got W's in the room tonight. W's in the room tonight. I've started saying W because I feel like it'll give me more mainstream appeal. This is super exciting, especially since it's focused on what I studied in college. Having just paid back my first month of student loans and buying myself a monster of a computer tower, it feels good knowing I'll have some stable income coming my way with the new year. As I was reading the offer, there was a blurb that wasn't previously mentioned about taking a drug test. I'm currently on day 33 of no weed, but did smoke daily many times a day for about 8 years. I've written past questions about how I don't feel a normalcy and always feel like I'm coming down. This feeling is definitely subdued but not gone away, which I would likely help a bit by fixing my sleep schedule and having a more productive self-care routine. Those are good goals to have. Good goals to have. You know, don't beat yourself up for not being there yet. it's always good to, like, this is something a lot of people do, is like they don't like to acknowledge that they need to improve on something, or there's something that they work on, or they beat themselves up for not being that way already. It's okay to be where you're at, and it's okay to have goals where you're trying to get to. That's something you kind of always want to have. You always want to be at work in progress. So yeah, now you've got some stuff you can work on. As excited as I am worried about the drug test. Luckily, weed is legal in my state, so there wouldn't be any terrible repercussions besides possibly losing the job opportunity. So yeah, feels excited, feels a little worried, but wanted to update everyone on how it's been going. Hang in there and take care of yourselves. You know, if there is a problem, I would tell them, you know, hey, listen. Because, I mean, you work in a legal state, right? And I'm like, I feel like most people kind of understand now, but there still are some jobs where it's just like, they just don't understand how weed works. Weed can take forever to fully leave your system. Weed, it's absorbed into like your fatty cells, and so it can be there for months, if not years after smoking. An alternative might be like a mouth swab test, just to show that you haven't been using recently, and I think that's what a lot of companies are moving towards, is because pee tests are just kind of weird, if we think about it. Isn't it just kind of weird that a company makes you go pee somewhere and then somebody has to look at your pee just so that you can have a job? It's just kind of weird, right? Like, why not just swab my mouth out? Yeah, hair tests are super expensive to do. They're much more expensive. Like pee tests, mouth swabs are probably some of the cheapest to do. I don't know that for sure. Don't quote me on that. I'm just assuming. Yeah, and the worst part about pee tests is that you could be a meth user, you could be on some hard drugs, and those could be out of your system in 2-3 days. But, oh, you smoked a little weed a couple months ago, so we're not going to employ you? It's like, yeah, that system's just kind of bent. Anyway, it's legal in your state, so just, if it is a concern of theirs and you still want to have that job, I would just try to talk to them about it and be like, hey, I'll do a mouth swab test. I'll pay for a mouth swab test. You want me to get a mouth swab test? Just let them know that it's like, this isn't an ongoing thing. This is something from months ago. Just like, this is something from months ago. This isn't going to be an issue. Just come on, just, you know, if it does come back and they are like, hey, you want to talk about this? Because I feel like that's probably more likely what people do these days if they do care. They'll be like, hey, this came back on your drug test. So they'll either like kick it back, or they'll be like, can we talk about the results of your drug test? Yeah, if you go and you work for like the government or something, or if you go and you work for like high up in the government, you have like clearance. It's like, yeah, they're going to be doing hair tests on you. It's like, they're going to go back. They're also going to interview all your old friends. Yeah, you live in a legal state, so I'm not too worried about it. I would assume that you live in a legal state and this is a sales job. It's like, come on. Like, come on. You got to cope with a sales job somehow. Would they rather you be an alcoholic? Like, that's just the really fucked up part for me, is like, you can be a severe alcoholic but hold down a job but not be eligible for a job because you smoke a little weed. That doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway, if it ends up not working out, maybe not a company that you'd want to work for. Because a lot of places I've worked, they don't even test. A lot of places that I've worked didn't even do drug tests. Drag the alcoholics. I'm not trying to drag the alcoholics. I'm just saying that alcohol is generally a much more impactful drug on a person's life. Hey, Elizabeth Vogler, thank you for subscribing. I have a lot of opinions on drug tests. Yeah, let's talk about how they're classist, they're racist, they're inaccurate, they're, you know, because the problem with drug tests is that, they only care about drugs that, like, middle class people would probably, or, like, even, like, lower middle class, you know, like, they're basically punishing people for being poor and for using ways to cope with being poor. Well, yeah, drug tests are classist, they're racist, and I'm offended that they exist. If done correctly, because it does need to be done correctly. If done correctly, decriminalization of drugs is a great way to reduce drug deaths. There have been countries that have done it properly and it's been effective. They tried to do it in Washington, but they didn't really have much of a plan, and so it kind of was just like a bad idea. Spaces where one can cultivate compassionate contact with others in order to ease the suffering of their loneliness. We've got some poetry in the box today. I feel like this is a space where we can cultivate compassionate contact with others. I think that's a good description of our space here. Compassionate contact to me would be something akin to cuddling on the couch and whispering little jokes into each other's ears and giggling and talking about the world and what we think about it. And we feel seen and heard. And then we want to see and hear what the other person says. And then we resonate with it. And it expands our minds and expands their mind. And then we can hug each other and think about the world together. That sounds lovely. Just consider that there are people out there who want to get to know you just as much as you want to get to know them. So spend time with those people. Hello there. What is your area of focus within psychology? My area of focus. If I had to pick. Hold on, I'm thinking. My area of focus. I really like a trauma-informed approach. I really like understanding the impact of trauma and helping people to overcome trauma. That's one of my big areas of focus. Another area of focus that I find intriguing is psychosis. The area of focus within my degree was counseling, like individual counseling. So that's what I was trained to do. But I would say some of my favorite areas to focus on within psychology are... Lately, one of my big drives has been teaching people to become better self-healers. You know, to help equip people with the tools that they need to navigate the challenges in their life. Oh, I want to overcome trauma? It's entirely possible. I was on your top 5 for the year. I'm honored. I'm honored. If I was on anyone's top of the streamer list for this year, thank you. Thank you for being a friend. Yeah, my prime area of focus within psychology has always been, how can I be the most helpful person that I can be? I want to do the most good that I can. I want to try to help as many people as possible. That's always been my goal. So my areas of focus have been the ones that have helped me to do that better. You know, always wanted to be a good helper. Do you remember when you were a kid? Did you want to be a good helper? I loved being a good helper. So, I'm the person whose therapist talks a lot and thinks I can't be cured. I just have to deal with it. Okay. I've actively avoided saying this because I feel like this is something that I just generally shouldn't say to people who are in therapy, but it sounds like your therapist is not that good. It's just I think they kind of suck. I've never I love that people go to therapy. I love that people do therapy, and I would never want to interfere with anybody's relationship that they have with their therapist. I just want to make that crystal clear. But I just feel like based on what you've told me, I'm just like, I'm just not so sure about this one. You know what I mean? Today he dismissed me. We had a disagreement. It was the 3rd session and he kept saying, I have problems with this, that, and the other. I accepted what he said. Is your therapist okay? It sounds like they're going through something. It sounds like they need it. Like, every therapist needs a therapist, alright? Every therapist needs a therapist. Therapists doing countertransference, therapists projecting things onto their clients, that also happens. It's something that we're trained not to do, but it does. That's because it does happen. Like, a therapist is just a human too, and they're subject to all the faults and flaws that humans have. It's so strange. It's just such a bizarre approach to take. It's just very untherapeutic. It's like getting lectured by an angry dad. It's just not very helpful. Now this is why you need to do this. I told you needed to do this because if you didn't do this, this was gonna happen. And what did I say? And look, what did you do anyway? And what happened? It's like, nobody wants that. That's not helpful. You know what I mean? Okay, first off, I have a problem that I didn't realize that the therapist who was telling you that you could not be cured and you just had to deal with it was also the therapist that just talks a bunch. Does this guy even want to be a therapist? Like, come on. Like, come on, be honest. Okay. I need to learn more. Like, there are reasons why some therapists get 1-star reviews. He dismissed me because we had a disagreement. Oh my god. This guy. It was the third session and he kept saying that I have problems with this, that, and the other. You've only had 3 sessions with this person too? Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to laugh at you, or I'm laughing at how bad this therapist is, because it's actually comical how bad they are. So I'm not trying to laugh about you, I swear, I'm just like, this guy sucks. I accept what he said, it wasn't completely absurd, but the way he talked, and I said, okay, but from here, where are we going? I don't want to come here just for you to point out how I'm living wrong, I'm doing my best. And he said, but maybe you are living wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god. This just gets worse. This just gets worse. If there was a top 10 list of things you don't want to do as a therapist, this guy's already done like 4 or 5 of them. Is your therapist Fritz Pearls? No, Fritz would be better about this. Fritz would be better about saying something like that. Fritz wouldn't say, you are living wrong. Fritz would ask you a question to see if you thought you were living wrong. Or he would say, so what if you are living wrong? What is the wrong way to live? What is the right way to live? He would just be like, cringing hard at this holier-than-thou therapist. Oof. Love you too, buddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody's cringing at me. Uh-oh. Oh no. I can't take it. Oh no, you're cringing? Good. Good. Keep at it. He said, but maybe you are living wrong. If you weren't in the wrong movement, you wouldn't be in such disarray. He said, I put myself in this place and victimized myself. Wow, okay. This is starting to sound like, how, an angry parent would talk to their child. That's kind of what I'm picking up here. I read in chat somebody said cringing at this holier than thou therapist, and in that moment I thought they were talking about me, and I was like, oh, have I upset someone? And then I realized you're actually talking about the person in the question. And so I feel stupid now. Like, way to make it about me, right? Like, way to make it about me. Well, no, like, that's just, the thing is, I get people in here that'll do that from time to time, and I thought that's what it was. Like, this has happened a few times before. It's happened a few times before where somebody will be like, look at this fucker. And I'm just like, okay. And so I read that, and I swear that I've heard that exact same sentence, but it was directed at me. I have had that happen. And so that's why it triggered that memory within me. I'm like, okay, I get it. I apologize. That's why I got defensive. I saw that same exact sentence that I've read before that was directed at me, and I falsely assumed that it was directed at me. Alright, that's pretty funny. That was pretty funny. You gotta learn to laugh at yourself. I was like, oh, oops. Anyway, this therapist sucks ass. I just want to say it. I'm just gonna say it. This therapist sucks. He's probably going through some shit, if I'm being honest. This therapist is going through some shit in his personal life, at home, somewhere, and he's taking it out in the office. I can almost guarantee it. I can almost guarantee it. He said that my ex-relationship was abusive and had no love. 2 lies. We had problems. Yeah, it's like he didn't know that. He's making all of these assumptions and generalizations, and he's met you 3 times. Like, do I need to sit down and explain why that's bad? Or is it just intuitive to you? Like, even though you aren't trained to be a therapist, you just know that, like, only meeting somebody 3 times doesn't give you the grounds to just, like, tell them these sweeping ideals or generalizations about their life, as if you know what is definitively true, as if you lived their life, as if you are the expert on their life. I don't think you're supposed to be that judgmental as a therapist also. No, yeah, absolutely not. But he's never even argued with me in 4 years. My mother is schizophrenic. I take care of her. He said that it was making me sick. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I'm at the point where, like, I would talk to this person's manager. I'm like, who do you report to? Who do you go to for supervision? Unless this is like a private practice or something, in which case you have to go to, like, the board that issued the license. But I would escalate this. This is actually just kind of disturbing. Like, even if it doesn't result in anything, I would still lodge a formal complaint. I've suffered a lot and it's very difficult, but I try to see the bright side and do it with love and not think that my mother makes me sick. Your mother is sick, and you can't help but feel, like, sad and empathetic for the situation that your mom is in, so of course it affects you in some way, but it's not like it's killing you. And that's kind of what he's like, it's making you sick. It's like, no, you're in sad circumstances, but these are navigatable. These are workable. These are livable things. We just need to, like, this is life. Like, this is sometimes what you have to do. Sometimes you have to step up. Sometimes you have to take care of somebody when they fall down. Wow. And he kept saying it must be sad to see a mother like that and talking as if care of her was shit. I had an open relationship and he judged me too. I kept saying that I'm already bad and I don't want that. He said that he's not a psychologist for me. That we'd have conflicts. It's more of a rant. I'm already so bad and I'm going to a psychologist to blame me. Right? It's like, oof. I'm afraid to look for another one. It's not the first time I've had a bad time. One said that I lacked God after a year of seeing her. The very, very qualified ones are too expensive for me. I went based on Google reviews. Should I just try to heal myself? Sorry, too long. Well, not to be another therapist that's also about to beat up on you, but you apologized, and so that means... Not me ganging up on you with the other therapists. Okay, here's what I would recommend. Should you try to heal yourself? Absolutely. Should that be the only thing you do? Not necessarily. I would try to find another therapist that's within your means because it's totally normal to try multiple therapists before you find one that really clicks. That's not unusual. It sucks. It would be nice if you found someone right off the bat, but therapists very rarely, can serve no therapist can serve everybody, right? Like, some people are just not going to be a good match for you, and that's okay. So don't take that as your fault or your problem. This is just not a good match. That being said, this therapist sounded like they were not good. Let's just say it's not really my style of therapy to just make somebody feel really terrible about themselves and then say, actually, I'm not going to be your therapist anymore. Like, really? Like, that's emotional harm, and that's one of the things that you kind of vow not to do in becoming a therapist, is to cause undue emotional harm to your clients. But it kind of sounds like he just blamed everything on you and then dipped. So yeah, I'll leave it up to you to decide what you want to do with that. But I think you were definitely wronged. Like, when you're a therapist, people are coming to you on some of the worst days of their lives. And for you to, kick them while they're down is just honestly disgusting. Disgusting. So yeah, work on healing yourself, practice that reframing, practice that mindfulness, do some good exercise, do some research into self-help or, find a supportive community space. Those are all great things to do in addition to therapy. So I think you should try to do those things in addition to doing counseling if you're still interested in doing counseling. Yeah, therapists who act like they are the expert on your life, that's a bad sign. One of the things that's really important to do as a therapist is to recognize that the person that I am working with knows their life better than I ever will. Maybe I can see some trends, maybe I can see some patterns, but I haven't been there. I haven't lived it. I don't know what it felt like. I can only assume. And if I start assuming that I know better than them about what it is that they went through, even if I've seen it 100 times before, it's not the right move. That's what irritates me in therapy as a concept. Exactly, this attitude rubs me the wrong way. And those are just bad therapists. Good therapists know not to do that. It's the equivalent of just being like, actually, what you need to be doing is this, because as it turns out, you have latent trauma as a result from your relationship with your parents. We have a presentation on therapy. I have presentations on therapy, but I don't have one like that. I think that would be a really good one to do. Hi, I'm still gay. Oh, thank God. You're hanging in there. Whew. I think that's a great idea. Making a note. I'm making a note. Everyone is leaving work early to go get ready for the holiday party. Imagine leaving early and then not going to the holiday party, just being like, well, see you later. Any tips for developing a trusting relationship with a therapist again after having a very negative or traumatic experience with a therapist? Yeah, let's talk about it. This is a good question. This is a good question. It's something that's not talked about often enough, is how therapy can re-traumatize a person. When you are helping somebody to work through their traumas, you have to be very mindful about how you do that. You have to make sure that they are properly equipped to handle those types of things. You have to make sure that they're ready. That's why you want to work at their pace, and you don't want to push people harder than they're ready to be pushed. Sometimes pushing people a little bit is what they need. Sometimes you need to give people a little bit of a nudge to take that next step, and that's okay. The way that I would look at it is to just remember that therapists are people. And so I would look at this in the same way that I would look at having a relationship with anybody. You know, if you have a negative or traumatic experience with anybody, it might make you less willing to have a type of relationship with a person that reminded you of that person that traumatized you. It's one of the ways that your brain is trying to protect you. It's you know, you make that association between this type of person and a painful outcome. When doing therapy, it's okay to have very specific goals. And it's also okay to have boundaries with your therapist. A relationship with a therapist does not necessarily just need to be some boundaryless relationship. In fact, the complete opposite is true. The relationship you have with your therapist should be the one that really models healthy and appropriate boundaries. And so if there are things that you just don't want to discuss, if there are things that you don't want to work on, things that you don't want to talk about in therapy, it's okay to set that boundary. But you should also be able to talk about the therapist about why you feel that boundary needs to be there. That's okay to do. It's okay to talk about what happened with your previous therapist. It's okay to talk about all that stuff in therapy. The fact you need to set boundaries with your therapist is wild. Yeah. And I think that's because sometimes therapists can pretty quickly get an idea of maybe like why things are the way that they are, and they might get a little bit ahead of themselves, and they might be like, hey, let's talk about this, even though it's the person's just not really ready to talk about it. You really need to follow the patient in many ways if you're gonna, explore trauma. But yeah, having a relationship with a therapist should be all about having healthy, balanced boundaries. So I would just say go into it very mindfully, you know what to look out for, and talk about your past experiences in therapy with a therapist. Could be a great way to overcome some of those negative feelings. Sometimes you just need a good therapist to point out all of the ways that your old therapist was doing you dirty. I grew up as a parentified child, the eldest of 4 girls, with a young narcissist/victim-blaming mother. My sister's 7 years plus younger. My father figure was in and out of our lives from the age of about 4, though he was an abusive alcoholic towards my mother. I have been diagnosed as an adult with CPTSD, anxiety, and depression. I am conditioned to understand the needs of others, etc. I've kept my mother at a distance since I left at age 17. However, in the recent years, she and I are residing with her father to care for him. I wonder what her relationship was like with her father growing up. This could be an opportunity for you to come to a better understanding of one another. Not that the way that you are treated was warranted or justified, I'm not saying that at all. But just this circumstance, if it's like it's you, your mother, and you're here with her elderly dad. This could be a way to approach the topic of generational trauma, old wounds. This event could facilitate a lot of healing if approached correctly. Sometimes crisis is an opportunity for change. And not to say that, this person needs to have a seat at your table or anything, but at least maybe you could understand them a bit better. Was mom parentified as well? Yeah, it's like you got to think about the ways in which your mom was treated that were what led to her behaviors. Like, people don't normally just become narcissistic victim blamers for fun. They do that because that's what they learned how to do. I'm finding that we are now in a cycle of triggers, and aside from the obvious, to get out of here, I don't know how to navigate these waters. I'm a very self-aware person, but I'm also feeling very stuck. She and I are in a place where we can talk. However, I often get a response from her that is something like, "It doesn't matter how much I change, it's never enough. I'm not that same person." I try to acknowledge her changes, however, the longer we are here, the more I feel flustered and overwhelmed, especially when I see old habits of hers come up, even though she says otherwise. That's the long, severely condensed. Hopefully I've given you enough to share your thoughts. I think, like, I just want to say, it's nice to hear that you're at least having a conversation, you're able to talk. Sometimes when you're dealing with somebody with narcissistic traits, it can be helpful to talk about these kinds of problems, not as if they are only their problems, because, you know, you're working with somebody who has a history of, like, blaming the victim or, you know, avoiding accountability. And so what I've sometimes found to be helpful is when you're talking to somebody who has these types of traits, you know, you're dealing with a vulnerable person, what I've found to help is to talk about problems as if they're our problems. Talk about how I do that too. Talk about how we've all done it. We've all been there. Sometimes that can just allow a person to let their guard down a little bit, that feeling of mutual understanding. Yes, there are problems, comrade. I feel like your mom sounds like she probably has a lot of regrets based on what I've heard of you, you know, that she's said. And I feel like a lot of people do that. You know, when a young parent is growing up trying to raise multiple kids, it can be very stressful. And if you're not emotionally equipped for it, you might end up, you know, causing some emotional damage along the way. But I think that this opportunity that has found you both together is an opportunity to do some healing, to do some understanding of each other. You know, it's not saying that you're going to have a wonderful relationship and you're going to go out and do brunch every Sunday. But at least you could probably come away from this understanding each other a bit better. And that's still important. That's still valuable. I've only been watching a month-ish, but Joshua strikes me as the kind of therapist I would want to find for myself, someone who is self-aware and humble and humorous enough without judging people. Oh, shut up. I found that what makes me a good therapist. I found that keeping it real is priority number one. I believe, okay, so just look at it this way. Your mom is trying to change, but she's having a hard time feeling like she is changing or that she's changing fast enough. But the thing is that's normal because she's, she's an older adult, and sometimes when we're older adults, we change a little slower. That's okay, that's normal, it's just a part of life. Your brain's less squishy when you're older. Your brain kind of firms up a little bit. Not that it just basically means that it's like, you can still learn stuff, don't get me wrong, you can still change, but sometimes it's a little bit more of a gradual process as you get older. Anyway. When your mom says this kind of stuff, instead of addressing her needs in that moment and being like, well, talking about her, just be like, I feel that way sometimes too. I could understand why you'd feel that way. I feel that way sometimes too. I feel like it's natural to feel that way. That's another way to validate their emotions without being having to feel like you have to coddle them or comfort them and be like, no, it's okay. You're changing enough. Don't worry. You're doing fine. You're trying your best. Sometimes it's best to just be like, I can feel that way sometimes too. And then a great follow-up question is to ask, what helps you feel better when you feel that way? Tragic, the person with the worst ideology you know is actually a good therapist. Well, yeah, because they're an expert at mental gymnastics, and if you're an expert at mental gymnastics, you can make for a fine therapist. I find myself still protecting her emotions over mine, but it is what it is. Your emotions are equally valid. Balance those scales out. Your emotions matter just as much. It makes sense why you would feel that way, because one of the things that kids are often made to feel, and I'm sure that everybody in here at some point experienced this. Being made to feel like because you were a child, your emotions weren't to be taken seriously. We take adult emotions seriously, we take grown-up emotions seriously, but you're just a kid, so your emotions don't matter. And sometimes that carries on into when we're older and we still want to protect our parents' emotions because we were taught that their emotions are the priority. Just read me like a book. I'm just saying, it's a common experience. And just think about it. Just think about think about how you feel when you're standing in line at the store and there's a child in front of you and they're just screaming for a toy or something, and you're just like, I wish this kid would shut up. I wish this kid would just when you are an adult and you have to deal with all of the emotions of a child's emotions can be all over the place, and it's a lot to ask a person to just treat their children the correct way 100% of the time in regards to their emotions. I feel like the most important thing you can do is to teach your child that it's okay to have emotions and that you should be able to sit down and talk about them and that your emotions are important. Because your emotions are what influence your actions. But I don't really like how a lot of people are made to feel dismissed as kids. Because, quiet down, the adults are talking. That just really impacts a person's confidence as an adult. Hi, I am gay. Oh, hi. Hi, gay. How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? Do you ever think back to your childhood? Do you ever think back to your childhood to something that was just like something that has stuck with you, even though it just wasn't really like that huge of a deal? You know, because that's what it's like to be a kid. It's like sometimes stuff can just be devastating for no good reason. Kids are very emotional. And if you're gonna raise them right, you gotta be able to navigate that. So even though not everything a kid is gonna come up to you and try to talk to you about, even though not everything is gonna feel all of that important, it's important to them in that moment. So try not to be so dismissive, you know? What do you think about logotherapy? And what do you think of therapists who say they use several types of therapy? Are they more skilled, or would it be better to use just one type of therapy in a specialized way? This is a great question. I love meta questions about therapy, so thank you. Logotherapy is probably one that not a lot of people have heard of because it's more niche. So let me just go ahead and pull up the article about it so that I can show you. Logotherapy was devised by a guy by the name of Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl was a Holocaust survivor, and it's an existential form of therapy. It was kind of like one of the founding schools of like the style of therapy known as existential therapy, which is like kind of like a philosophy psychology combination. You know, you're looking at like existential issues. Viktor Frankl wrote a great book called Man's Search for Meaning, where he chronicled his experiences as a prisoner in a concentration camp during World War II. So the notion of logotherapy it was created from the Greek word logos, which just comes from the word meaning. So its concept is based on the premise that the primary motivational force of an individual is to find meaning in life. The following lists the tenets represented basic principles of logotherapy. Life has meaning under all circumstances, even the most miserable ones. Our main motivation for living is our will to find a meaning in life. We have freedom to find meaning in what we do and what we experience, or at least the stance we take when faced with a situation of unchangeable suffering. So you see kind of like a lot of philosophy folded into this school of therapy, which is cool because I like the junction point between philosophy and psychology. Also, Frankl warns against affluence, hedonism, and materialism in the search for meaning, and that's pretty based. Anyway, what do I think about logotherapy? I've never met a person who actually practices logotherapy. Logotherapy is one of those schools of therapy that they teach you about in school, but you never actually meet anyone who does it. But that being said, I do like to incorporate ideals and principles from this approach. This sort of like grand approach to like, well, what is life really all about? You know, because it can help people to find what their priorities are. So, what do I think about therapists who say that they use several types of therapy? I feel like that makes them a more flexible therapist. Because the thing about therapy and therapy's effectiveness is that it doesn't really matter so much the school of therapy that a therapist uses. That learning that in school blew my mind, because that's what they taught us in school, is that the therapeutic approach that is being used doesn't matter as much as whether or not the client believes that it will help them. The biggest factor in whether or not a person is able to get better in therapy is whether or not they believe that the therapy that they are receiving will help them. So that's what I decided to do. I decided to tune my approach to help empower people to feel as if this is going to help, this is going to do something, this is going to work. I like to draw techniques and approaches from all sorts of different schools because I feel like that just helps me to stay versatile. It just helps me to be flexible and to cater my style to the person that I'm working with. Now, that being said, being really skilled and just adhering to one type of therapy is also fine, that's also valid, and that can also work. But that's just not really my style. I like to be a little bit more freeform. I'd like to try to cater myself as much as I can to the needs of the individual that I'm working with. Yeah, they call it an eclectic approach. After several years of Lacanian psychoanalysis, ooh, we're kicking it old school, okay. Did they make you lay out on a chaise lounge? You know your therapist is old school when they have one of these bad boys in their office. You know your therapist is old school when they got a chaise lounge in their office. Having a person sit on one of these was one of the traditional ideas of psychoanalytic therapy. The chair was actually important to the treatment model. It's like, how can we get a person to lay down but still kind of be at eye level with me? That was kind of the idea behind this. It's like, I want them to be comfortable so they feel more comfortable talking about vulnerable topics, but I don't want them to be on the floor. I don't want them to be in a bed because that's weird. So let's give them some sort of in between. And thus, the chaise lounge. therapists just have normal chairs and Wayfair couches, and now they're all on the internet. And their offices are decorated with pictures of cows or pictures of feathers, or they've got a decal on the wall and it says like strength or something. Definitely ready to find something a little more active / empowering as far as therapy goes. Oh, if you're looking for active and empowering, let me know what I can do for you. Gassing people up is one of my favorite approaches. Empowering people? One of my favorite things to do in therapy. Yeah, babe? Oh, yeah, you just want to put, okay. Alright, well, I'm probably not going to do it for a couple hours. Well, I'll do it. You're not going to break the screen in the next 2 hours. Oh, okay. I mean, you want me to put the screen protector on right now? I will. Here, give it to me. It'll take me just a second. It's fine. Casey doesn't. No, you want to use your new phone and you want the screen protector on. So hold on, let me. Oh, it came with 2. Oh wait, is one for the? Yeah, they're both for the front. So if you mess one up, you can just do another one. No, it's fine.
I gotta run and get prescriptions.
She doesn't want to put the screen protector on her phone, so I'm gonna do it for her. Well, it comes with 2. Guide sticker. Give me just a second. I gotta get this phone prepped. We're doing a screen protector on the phone. I'll go ahead and show you what I'm doing. I'm gonna start with a wet wipe. Put my screen protector on and the tiniest little speck of shit got under it. You know, that happened to me too, but I had another screen protector, so I just figured I'd wait. And you know what? After a couple days, I stopped caring about that little speck. I figured, you know what? I've got the extra screen protector. If it's still bothering me after a week, I'll just replace it, but I don't need to do it right now. And then you know what? It stopped bothering me. I stopped noticing it. Sometimes time really is the answer. Alright. I think we're good and wet wiped. Use the guide sticker. Oh, I have to put these little stickers on the screen protector to like hold it or something? I don't know. Guide stickers? The instructions are inside. Oh, they're inside the box? They're written on the inside of the box? Oh, that's clever. Something's stuck in there. What's this? Oh, more stickers. Okay. Wet. Dry. Give it a dry wipe. I've never used my headlamp. I want to blast this thing with light. I want to see every last speck. There we go. Now we're cooking. Screen already has some minor little scuffs on it. You can't really see it unless you blast it with a light, but is there a screen protector on this already? I think I have a microfiber cloth in my desk. Oh, well, I might not. That's good. Oh, okay, this is the back. This is what sticks here. Okay, that's easy enough. Voila. Yeah, the lesson to be found here is that you're never going to get all the dust. You're never going to stop all the scratches. The phone is still going to show signs of use because that's the side effect of living life. So just enjoy it either way and try not to focus on the imperfections. This is like a camera protector thing. Goes over this. It's pretty easy to do. God, that's huge. I thought it would kind of go over it. Oh wait, no, there it goes. Bubbles out. Okay. AC, your phone's ready. There's some bubbles in it, but they're big bubbles. They'll go away. Another important thing to remember is that sometimes after applying your screen protector, you might notice a few bubbles. Those will typically clear up on their own in time.
Thank you, Mr. Stinky.
Mm-hmm. It's got some bubbles, but those should go away. You're welcome. We're done. We did it. We did it. Yeah, I've got a headlamp at my desk because you never know when you need a headlamp. So yeah, anyway, where were we? As far as like different therapists and different approaches, I mean, find what works for you. The reason why there's so many different models of therapy is because different stuff works better for different people. Different approaches to therapy resonate differently with different types of people. And so that's why you still see people practicing types of therapy that you might be like, why is this still a thing? Because it for people, it works. It's about finding the one that resonates with you. That's what it's all about. Do you take 1v1 therapy sessions? 1v1, you say? You wanna... 1 versus 1? You wanna go into the arena? People have asked me this before. I am not doing that kind of thing at the moment, and I will think about it for the future. I'm not against the idea of like doing one-on-ones with people, but I'm also like, I don't know. I don't know. I would rather just work with everybody and maybe help people become more prepared to work with their in real life therapist. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe someday somebody will come to me with an offer I can't refuse. What if Elon Musk comes up to me and he's like, I will pay you $1 million a day. Help me learn how to be cool. And I'm like, okay, Elon, I'll show you. Like, could I turn him down? What if I could help him? What if I could make him into a... What if I could turn him around? Elon Musk needs a lot of help. That's why I would charge him at least $1 million a day. He could afford it. No questions, just some insight / more lore into my previous entry. What if he turns me around? Elon Musk is probably the most uncharismatic person I've ever seen in my entire life. The only reason why people do what he says or listens to him is because he's got money to throw around. So don't worry, I'm not gonna fall under his spell. He's got 0 riz. Alright, lore update time. I have great empathy for my mother. I noted her mental health struggles at a very young age. I was 7 years old when she first bruised me, and when she noticed the bruises at a later time, I wouldn't tell her who did it until she pressed me for answers. She was oblivious to being the one who had grabbed me. I was trying to protect her. During this time, she had just had my second sister. My first sister had just turned 1. Their father wasn't present at the time, and my mother started going to midnight bingo, leaving me at home with the babies, which I thought was okay. Oh, damn, this sounds like such a tough situation. Like, mom's going out late at night. It's not okay. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's honestly, it's really tough to be a young single parent and to have to like navigate and cope with that stress. You know, it's not easy. Which I thought was okay because I knew she needed a break. It wasn't until I was a teenager that my perspective and empathy changed towards my mother because she became mean and addicted to opioids. Ugh. You know, those two things very often line up. An addiction to a powerful drug such as opiates has a very high tendency to make a person start acting very out of character. Opioid addictions are really tough. They're some of the most life-altering, I'd say. I ended up being a servant to her and raising my now 3 sisters, yet I didn't know I was raising them per se. As a young lady, my mother was given attention deemed inappropriate by her father until she became a teenager, and then he gave her no more attention. She constantly had him on a pedestal and craved to be seen by him. Now we are here caring for him, and I am doing my best to manage her triggers with him as well as mine with her. It's a mess, but it will work out eventually. Like I said before, and I just want to say thank you for the update. I just want to say thank you for the update. Thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for being there when your family needs you, in spite of all that toughness. So I know that's not easy. But I do just want to reiterate what I said before, and it's that there's a tremendous potential for healing in this situation. You know, in spite of all of her faults and shortcomings, you know, deep down, your mom might be terrified that you actually hate her, you know? So I would just say that in spite of the circumstances, this is an opportunity for the two of you to come to a better understanding of each other and for you to show each other some empathy. You know, maybe that empathy doesn't need to be such a one-way street. So let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. Let's hope for, you know, and especially just doing this around the holiday season. The holidays, they're an emotional amplifier. I feel like there's a lot of potential to heal in this circumstance, so be open to it. And let's hope for the best. Sorry? Oh, you just hit the ground running with this one, didn't you? Why I oughta. Sorry, this is long and I hope it makes sense. It's not that long. I've had way longer. Anyway, no apologies. I'm currently estranged from my youngest brother, who is being manipulated and controlled by his father. Over the years, his father repeatedly threatened that my brother would cut off contact with me and our mom, but I dismissed it because our relationship had always been good, despite our 18-year age difference. Why would my brother ever not want to talk to me again? It seems absurdly ridiculous. How old is your younger brother? I think that's a really important thing to consider. There are certain ages where a person tends to be more vulnerable to this type of manipulation. You know, like if you're dealing with like an angsty younger person, it can be easier to manipulate them into saying, hey, that person over there, they're the cause of all your problems. You need to cut them off. Like, people take advantage of this all the time. It's how people, you know, in the manosphere operate. It's how the grifts operate. It's just a manipulation tactic. So I would say, hopefully, it's just something that your brother will grow out of. Because I don't know how old he is. I would just say it sucks and it's frustrating, but it might just be time that you need, you know? Context, my mom is divorced from his father, who was emotionally and physically abusive, though he hid it well from others. He also isolated my mom and turned her against myself and other family members. They had an on-again, off-again relationship, and she let him move back in a moment of weakness. When things started to go sour again, he refused to leave the house, which my mom owned and bought post-divorce, and my mom had to file an eviction against him. A real winner, huh? I am mentioning this because maybe this could have been the tipping point for my brother. Well, okay, yeah, let's look at it. Okay, I'm gonna finish the question and then I'm gonna weigh in on trying to look at things from your brother's perspective and some of the things that your brother might be hearing. So I'll do that here in a minute. I'm not sure how much he knew about the situation because my mom would keep a lot of these things to herself. After my brother graduated from high school, he said he had an out-of-state internship but couldn't use his phone or make contact with anyone for 6 weeks. I found that to be odd, obviously, when something like 10 weeks had gone by and still no word from my brother. I did some internet sleuthing. I found out he had joined the military. Oh. I'm not sure why he would lie about that. I feel like this happens to a lot of young men. You know, a lot of 18-year-olds, they will, you know, and they're basically boys, you know, and they're dealing with family troubles, they're feeling lost, and then, you know, who swoops in to save the day? Good old Uncle Sam. Like, hey, you feeling lost? You need direction in life? You want to make something of yourself? Enlist. The armed forces, especially in the United States, very predatory with their recruitment. They'll try to get in between 18-year-olds and their parents and be like, you're an 18-year-old, you're a man now, you gotta act like a man. You don't need to run every idea by your parents. If you want to join up, you can join up. You know, they are very manipulative. If anybody here's ever talked to a recruiter, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. They are incredibly manipulative. I'm not sure why he would lie about that. Well, because he was probably thinking that you and mom were and other people in the family were going to say, don't do that, it's a bad idea. That's probably why. I knew that's something he was trying to pursue prior to the internship. Oh, so he had expressed interest in it before, so it was on his radar, it was an idea. We reconnected briefly after his basic training, and I got to see him in person once over the holidays, then it got quiet again. He stopped responding to my texts and began sending hurtful texts to my mom. Oh, he's going through that, okay. It's the time where he's starting to realize the influence that his parents had on his upbringing and his development, and he's choosing mom as the primary scapegoat, it seems. The messages didn't sound like him, and we suspect his father is controlling his phone and social media. No, he's probably just whispering in his ear. You've got an angsty young man. You know, I even feel reticent to call 18-year-olds like men and women because that's just so young. They still feel like children to me. And so it even feels weird to say 18-year-old man because it's just like, you're a baby. So all I'm saying is that this is probably just stuff that dad has whispered into the son's ear. It's unfortunately very common in divorce situations, especially messy divorce situations, where a parent will twist the narrative to frame the other parent as the entire reason for all of the child's suffering. And so that sounds like that's what's going on here. One message accused my mom of cheating, which is false, along with other strange accusations my brother seems to believe. I don't know how to reach him now. He ignores my calls and texts, and despite multiple attempts, I haven't heard back. You might just need to give him some time. You stay consistent, though. Keep up, maybe reach out periodically. Just continue to show interest and engagement. Lead with kindness and compassion. And don't project and don't be angry at him for it. Don't be hurtful. Just be patient. Just be patient, be kind. In time, he will realize that you weren't part of the problem, and he will likely be remorseful for neglecting the relationship with you because of his own emotions. This is just something that you will often see in angsty, younger boys and men. They'll feel this pressure to all right, I need to go make a name for myself. I gotta go be a man. I gotta blame all the women in my life for all my problems. What Cutie Cheek says is really important to remember. Don't take anybody's side except for the brother's side. Just be there for him. Don't show up on behalf of either of your parents. Show up for him. That's really going to make the difference. Show him that the team that you're on is his team. You're not on dad's team, you're not on mom's team, you're on his team. You're here to hear him out. You're here to talk to him and work on your relationship. Meanwhile, he continues to send my mom really hurtful messages via text and brief voice messages that sound rehearsed. I feel like I've lost the sweet, funny, quirky brother I once knew. No, he's still in there. That soft, nougaty center. It's just got a thick crust on it now. That's kind of what happens to us in life. That sweet, funny, quirky kid is still in there. So just give him some time. He'll come back around. I've stopped reaching out because I'm hurt and don't want to provoke his father. Honestly, his father is a major roadblock in this situation. What can I do, if anything? I'd like to reconnect with my brother and don't know how to go about it. I would say that a large reason why the situation is the way that it is because of your brother's relationship with his father. I can tell you that his father has probably put things into his head, being like, that no good mom of yours, I had nowhere to go, and she kicked me out. She put me out on the street. I have no idea why she did that. That's the kind of stuff that manipulative people will tell their kids just to maintain a good face in front of them. They will stretch the truth, they will lie, they will, just paint the other person as the devil. It happens all the time in divorce situations. It's nasty business. So I would just say this to anybody out there who is a child of divorce. Just take everything that your parent says about the other parent with a grain of salt. Like, I had to experience it on both ends. My parents hated each other after they got divorced. It seemed like that was all they wanted to talk about for a while, is just piss and moan about the other one. And after a while, I'm just like, I've had it. I'm over it. Like 10, 20 years after the fact, they still don't, they haven't talked to each other in decades, and they're still just complaining about each other. I'm like, oh my God, get over it. All right. I feel like, your brother may need some time. If there's any way that you could see him in person, maybe give that a try, just to try to bridge that gap a little bit. But you might just need to give him some space for a little while. Let him go out and experience the world a little bit. But just continue to be somebody who is empathetic, understanding, compassionate, patient, kind, and just save space for him when he comes back around. Like, if he comes back around and, wants to be involved again, wants to be brother again, don't exclude him, don't rule him out. Save that space for him. Because that's another thing that'll happen, is somebody will go off on their own and just kind of go out of contact with the family for a while, and then they try to come back and they're just like, oh, you wanted a seat at the table? We don't have any seats open. So my recommendation is keep that seat open for him. Sometimes it's painful, but sometimes that's all you can do. If you have his address, maybe you could send a letter. I don't know. But again, just make it about you and him. It doesn't have to be about... Whenever you're going to talk to him, try not to talk about either of your parents. Let him bring them up if that's what he wants to talk about, but don't make him feel like that's what he has to talk about with you. Just talk to him about what he's doing, about how he's feeling. If he wants to talk about it, let him bring it up. But don't feel like because that's probably part of the reason why he might be distant, is because he just is over the drama. He just doesn't want to talk about it anymore. He would rather run off and join the military than be involved in family politics. And this happens. This happens with kids, especially kids who are made to feel like they're in the middle. Kids who are made to feel like, you know, they're getting it from both sides, you know. They're hearing both parents complain endlessly about the other one, and they're just like, I'm over it. I'm sick of it. Get me out of here. So I don't think he's trying to be hurtful. I think he's just trying to figure out what's important to him right now. So I think maybe just give him some space, but just keep that door open. Oh, hi, Penny. Hi, baby. You want to come here? No? She wants me to let her out of the room, but that's too bad, Penny. You're in here with me right now. Penny, do you want to come say hi? Penny. Penny? Peter? She doesn't. She said, nope. What do I do with the feeling that I have tried everything? Medication, therapy, exercise, meditation, cold, hot, and warm baths, being in contact with nature, etc., etc., but I am still in this dark place. Hi, Penny. Come here. Penny, come here. Come here. Penny, come here. Come here. They want to see you. They want to see you. Say hi. Hi, baby. Say something. Say something. She's got stage fright. Oh, Penny. Good girl. Good girl, baby. Mm-hmm. Questioner. Hear me out here for a minute. Before I get into the rest of it, I just want to say something. It's not just about trying everything. It's about trying everything until you notice that those things are starting to work. Because when it comes to working on yourself, the effects aren't always immediate. It's kind of like going to the gym and you work out on every machine and you're like, why am I not buff now? Like, well, you gotta keep going. You gotta keep showing up. You gotta keep working it. Or maybe you're going through all the motions. Maybe you are buff, but you don't see yourself as buff. That could also be a thing. Sometimes you are doing everything you need to do. It's just a mental shift that you're waiting on. I feel like I am increasingly incapable of living. I don't feel like doing anything for myself. See, this is what makes me feel like it's a mental roadblock. This makes me feel like it's a mental roadblock. I have no dreams. I feel alone, but I no longer have the patience or hope to find someone. I talk to some friends, but they have their own lives. I'm grateful to have friends, but I still feel alone. I was neglected as a child, and I always feel this emptiness inside. Romantic relationships make me feel more fulfilled, but I know that this is not the way. I have also been so disappointed that I no longer trust anyone. If you've been neglected as a child, It's really important to learn how to be the adult that you needed when you were young. You do not want to be another list on that list of adults that let you down. You don't want to be another adult that neglects your needs. So what do you need? What is it that you're looking for? What's missing? I feel like we've got so many pieces of this puzzle here. Do we have all the pieces? Do we just need to put it together? Or are we trying to find that missing piece so that it can all click? What's missing? What is this? What's this soup missing? If you feel an emptiness inside you, what do you want to fill it with? Have you tried pouring love into it? Have you tried filling it with self-love? It sounds like you're feeling a bit depressed, just based on what you're telling me. Just based on these symptoms, it sounds a lot like depression to me. And the thing about depression is that it's not a one quick solution type of thing. It's not one fight and it's over. Depression, that's like going to war. It's going to be a drawn out battle. We're going to fight inch for inch until we get to where we're trying to go. What I would recommend doing is learning to recognize when depression is doing the talking. Depression is the one that is telling you your friends don't care about you. Your depression is the one telling you your friends have their own lives. They don't have time for you. Depression is the one that's telling you to isolate. Depression is telling you the one to not do anything for yourself. That's depression talking. When depression talks, try to do the opposite of that thing. Depression will outright lie to you. I'm gonna let Penny out of the room real quick because she's whining to get let out, so I'm gonna let her out real quick. It's your birthday? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Honestly, though, how are we supposed to tell if it's depression versus years of being worn down by hell on earth caused by late-stage capitalism? I mean, it is. A lot of therapists struggle with, coming to terms with that and helping people because they'll have all of these valid reasons for why life sucks. And it's like, well, what do you tell them? It's like the system sucks. The system's broken. Become an agent of change? That's what I like to encourage, collectivize. Join a group. Joining a group, collectivizing, it's really important. It's a really important thing to do. It's one of the reasons why group therapy is so important. To realize that you're not alone in something, to have somebody else to talk to about it. All right, everybody. Are we ready? The hard part is not constantly being a negative Nelson. When you think about it, why is being negative easier than being positive? Why should one be harder than the other? There are arguments to be made for both. I think it has to do with the innate biases that we have as people. I believe that it has to do with our negativity bias. It's a survival technique. It allows us to assess for dangers. We are more rewarded if we focus on the negatives, because if we protect ourselves from those potential dangers, we have a better chance at living. And so it is biologically rewarding for our brains to focus on the negative, or to be much more aware of the negative, because it helps us to navigate. So whenever I remember this is when I realize that happiness really is a choice. It's something you gotta choose to do every day, in spite of all that exists that would otherwise make you miserable. I'm giving my relative who survived the saber-tooth attack by being extremely anxious the biggest stink eye right now. Oh, you want to go there? You want to talk about evolutionary psychology? That's a topic for another day. Okay, make a note to myself. Another quick note. Fun presentation topic. Evolutionary psychology. Just to give you a little glimpse into what we could talk about in evolutionary psychology, is that you have to consider that your ancestors that were the most likely to survive were also some of the most anxious, the ones that avoided dangers. That being said, there were also aspects of your ancestors that sought out opportunity in spite of those dangers. And so it could be that we are evolutionarily driven to both seek out opportunity while also avoiding potential conflict. And you have to think about how that affects us over the generations. Evolutionary psychology is kind of fun. I find it interesting. It's a lot of theory, it's a lot of speculation, but that doesn't mean it's not fun to talk about. All right, everybody, today we're going to be talking about imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. Does anybody not know what this means? Is this new to anybody? Imposter syndrome. Do we have similar psychology to bonobo apes? I feel like if you look at people, you will see some ways in which we can be very bonobo. You will also find some ways in which we can be very chimpanzee. Sometimes we fuck it out, sometimes we fight it out. A little bit of both. I had trouble with imposter syndrome and still sometimes do. Not now much, though, with some experience. Fake it till you make it actually works. Yeah, fake it till you make it. Bonobos are the horny ones. It's true. Bonobos look a lot like chimpanzees, except they resolve conflicts by having sex with each other. Chimpanzees resolve conflicts by eating each other's babies. Imposter syndrome. Maybe we should play some Among Us. You want to play some Among Us later? Or play some Among Us in the Discord? Who's got Among Us? Imposter syndrome. Get it? All right, everybody. Imposter syndrome. You probably heard this one before. This one's pretty common. I've heard this one talked about a lot outside of psychological circles. This is one that I've heard a lot in the mainstream. So I feel like this is one that most of us have heard of before. Well, let's talk about it. Let's do a little deep dive. What is imposter syndrome? Let's do a little recap. Let's talk about what it is. Imposter syndrome is the persistent feeling of self-doubt and inadequacy that exists despite evident success or accomplishments. For example, people who are new in their career fields, or maybe you've even been there for a couple of years in your career field, you might feel like, I shouldn't be here. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why they chose me. They must have just made a mistake. People who experience imposter syndrome will often attribute their achievements to luck, timing, or other external factors rather than their own abilities. Some common misconceptions about imposter syndrome are that it's not just a lack of confidence. Even highly successful people can experience imposter syndrome. Didn't AOC said that she was dealing with imposter syndrome after being elected? Have you ever found yourself in a position and you're just like, I don't know if I should be here. I don't know if I'm equipped. God, they got the wrong person. Something really important to remember is that imposter syndrome is not a permanent label. It does not need to be permanent. It is a mindset that can be addressed. And that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about how we can address it. We're going to be addressing it today. But before we talk about what to do about it, let's talk about where it comes from. How does it develop? Imposter syndrome can get its start early on in life, just like many things can. If you grow up in an environment, for example, that has high expectations or conditional approval, I will only be happy with you if you do this thing. If you don't do this thing, I'm gonna be unhappy with you. Or a family of overachievers. You know, that idea that you're only as good as your last achievement. We're becoming aware, okay? And by becoming aware, even though becoming aware can be kind of uncomfortable, kind of painful, it's a really important process in healing. My new template that I've been doing, my new style for my presentations, if you have noticed, is we talk about what it is, we talk about how it got there, how it happened, how it's affecting us, and then we talk about what to do about it. So that's what we're doing with this one too. Can I just unbecome aware? No, you want to become aware, and then you want to come out on the other side, feeling simple and clean. This can also happen early in life if you are constantly compared to your siblings or peers. This can obviously create feelings of inadequacy. Like, why can't you be more like your brother? Why can't you be more like your sister? Why can't you be more like your cousin Dave? All right, well, first off, fuck you, Dave. When we constantly compare kids to other kids, that can make them feel inadequate. So, just so you know. Societal and cultural pressures can also influence imposter syndrome. Those unrealistic standards that are often perpetuated by the media or social norms. You know, you gotta have a car and a house and a wife and 2 kids and a dog, and you gotta have a job, and it's gotta pay a lot of money, and then everyone in your family needs to love and adore you. Yeah. The way I was compared to my Uncle Dave all the time, but not in a good way. Oh. They said, damn it, Gemaru, why can't you quit being like Dave? You're just like Dave. Unrealistic standards. This could be stuff like you went to school, but maybe you didn't go to the top of the top school. You know, maybe you weren't able to get into that prestigious university. Maybe you went to a community college. Maybe you went to a state school. That's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. But we create this unrealistic standard as if the education is all that much better, because it might be in some ways, in some degrees. But just because a school is old and expensive does not always mean that it is the best or that it is really good. Mostly it's for the connections. It's mostly just a social thing. It's mostly just a place for wealthy kids to do some networking with other wealthy kids. That's basically what it is. Another example of societal and cultural influences would be the experiences that people who are minorities will endure, such as feeling like an outsider in a predominantly different environment. This can intensify imposter feelings. My mom is an S-tier narc mom and will be more subtle than that, like pretending she doesn't know what I do for a living and constantly talking about my stepbrother who is a cardiologist. And just be like, and how many people has he killed? Because I've killed 0, Mom. And how many people has he killed cutting into him? Maybe he should be more careful with that scalpel. I can be so fucking catty. I'm not gonna apologize for it, though. Like, if people are gonna throw shade, like, oh, you want to throw shade? I'll show you shade. I'm about to be a fucking solar eclipse up in this bitch. Like, you want to get shady? I'm about to block out the fucking sun. I'm joking, mostly. You know, maybe she is crafty and subtle, but maybe she's just... Like, is she doing it intentionally, or is she just... blissfully unaware of her own negative behaviors? Who knows? Alright, some more into how imposter syndrome develops. Person's personality factors. Your personality can also influence the development of imposter syndrome, such as perfectionism. Perfectionism can also lead into imposter syndrome. If you believe anything less than perfect is a failure, then it can make you identify as a failure. It can make you identify as inadequate. This also goes for the high achievers out there. You set the bar so high that success feels unattainable. Stop calling young me out already, geez. I'm calling us out, comrade. I'm not individualizing. These are our problems to fix. We're in this boat together. Alright, so these are some of the ways that it can develop. Let's talk about how it manifests in adulthood. Any questions about that before we move on? How it develops? Any questions about that before we move on to how it manifests in adulthood? Does this make sense? We good? Do I see any hands? Any hands? I like to roleplay as a cool college professor, so, you know, sometimes I'll be like, any questions? Anybody? 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 We good? Does this make sense? Like, obviously, you could go deeper into some of these things, but this is just a good general overview. Just a little bit of an overview. An uncool adjunct's perspective. Now, you're a brain domain viewer. That makes you cool. We don't have anybody here who's not cool. Only cool people watch this stream. You have imposter syndrome if you're bad at everything? Who are you talking about? Some random hypothetical person that does not exist? Because I know you're not talking about you. You're not bad at everything. You're good enough at stuff to actually recognize your own shortcomings. Recognizing the holes in your skills is actually a really important skill to have. You know what people who are actually bad at everything do? They go around telling people how great they are at everything. But you understand the gaps, you understand the limits. That's skill. Oh, this is just insecurity talking. And we're learning not to listen to insecurity. We're gonna take the microphone back from insecurity and say, get off the stage. I'm afraid to even say out loud I'm good at some things. My esteem is in the dumper. Alright, well, I want you to say it. I want you to say it out loud. I am good at some things. Because you gotta remember that the thing about insecurity is that it's not as strong as you think it is because it's insecurity. And insecurity is not strong. Insecurity is not resolute. Insecurity is a paper tiger. I lost my job. Damn. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? I only said that because that's your name. Well, that sucks. Or maybe it was a good thing. I don't know. Maybe it's all for the best. We don't know yet. It's to be determined.
To impress him, takes on multi-armed form and says,
I went through this and just quit as a student because I didn't have perfect Ivy League doctor grades. Do you know what you call somebody who got all C's in medical school? Doctor. How many doctors have you been to when they're like, here's my GPA from school? None. Because once you graduate, it doesn't matter. Graduating is what matters. As long as you're able to do that, you're in the clear. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. Alright, let's talk about the ways that imposter syndrome manifests in adulthood. Luigi was a valedictorian. Look at what happened to him. Yeah, just look at what happened to Luigi.
My brother would never do this. Let him go.
All right, let's talk about imposter syndrome. Here are some ways that it manifests in adulthood. Let's start off with some workplace examples. Many people who have imposter syndrome might find themselves actually overworking to compensate for their perceived inadequacy. Not only are you doing your job, you're actually doing your job extra hard. Almost ironic in a way, isn't it? Isn't it? Can you appreciate the irony of that? The irony of that is just like, another way that imposter syndrome manifests in the workplace is these people might avoid promotions or leadership roles due to a fear of being discovered as unqualified. They worry that if I take that promotion, it's going to mean more responsibility, and then people are going to recognize that I'm unqualified. I should just lay low. I should just keep my nose to the ground. I shouldn't raise a fuss. Hopefully they won't notice. When I think about having imposter syndrome at work, I think about my job or other people out to get me, and then I overwork, and then I overstress, and then I burn myself out. Oof. Oh, exactly. It ends up becoming a self-deficit. It's like you overwork to overcompensate for the perceived inadequacy, and then you end up burning yourself out, and then it makes your work actually bad, and then your doubts fold in on themselves. My husband does this. He is more than qualified for a promotion but won't go for it. Tell him we believe in him. Tell him you believe in him too, but tell him that we all believe in him as well. Like, see, babe, they all believe in you. It's true, we do. He's earned it. All right. Let's talk about how imposter syndrome manifests in our relationships. Imposter syndrome can have you doubting your worth in friendships or romantic relationships. You thought imposter syndrome was just for work? Guess what? It finds its way home. Have you ever found yourself in this position, doubting your worthiness in your friendships or in your relationships? He's not far away. He is listening while he gets ready for work. Go for it! Go for the promotion! You've earned it! Keep that head up high, King. Head up, shoulders back. We believe in you. All right. Another way that imposter syndrome finds its way into relationships is we assume that other people's affection or approval is unearned. Maybe people give us affection or they show us approval, but we feel like I haven't earned it. And so I can't take this. I can't take this compliment. I can't take this nice thing. I can't take this love. I haven't earned it. I'm unworthy. It also manifests in self-sabotaging behaviors. It can lead us to procrastinate. It can lead us to procrastinate because we feel that perhaps we're going to fail if we try, if we feel really inadequate. It makes us really fearful of failure. And so this can lead us to procrastinate. It can also have us downplaying our successes to avoid attention or scrutiny. Yes, you heard me. Downplaying your successes is a self-sabotaging behavior. So celebrate your wins. Celebrate your successes. I do this with friends. When I get close to someone, I sometimes push them away to prevent them finding out I'm a bad friend later. Maybe instead of doing this, try doing this. Instead of maybe bring them in. Hiding your successes could be as damaging as hiding your failures, I think, and not owning up to your failures could be as damaging as not owning up to your successes. Oh yeah, you gotta try to just be as earnest as you can. You gotta be open and honest with yourself. You've got to recognize your W's and your L's. I'm incorporating that lingo. We're trying to approach a broader audience, and a lot of kids these days, they're on that WL business. So if you don't want to be a Sigma from Ohio and you want to stop taking L's and you want to, start making those W's, no cap, you gotta own your wins. You also gotta accept your L's too. Sometimes in life you just gotta take the L. All right, let's talk about how we can overcome imposter syndrome. This is what we've all been waiting for. Let's talk about how we overcome it. If you have imposter syndrome, does it make you more likely to deny your weaknesses as well? I would say the opposite would be true. I feel like it would make you hyper fixate on your weaknesses and, feel like they're even bigger than they actually are. I feel like denying your weaknesses is more of a narcissistic trait. First up, let's talk about reframing your mindset. Let's talk about rewiring that brain. You gotta recognize the difference between feelings and facts. Just because you feel inadequate does not mean you are inadequate. Our brains like to assume that things are factual because we feel them to be true. And sometimes we can be completely wrong about ourselves. So we just want to be aware of that. We want to be mindful of that. It's okay to be wrong about yourself, especially when it comes to your own inadequacy. What if I don't know if I'm denying my weaknesses? Well, meditate on it. Shift your focus away from perfection and onto progress. Every step forward is an achievement. Don't focus on perfection, focus on progress. Next up, here's a tangible, real-life exercise you can do. Keep track of your successes. Keep a wins journal. So document your accomplishments. Give yourself positive feedback. If you have a hard time keeping count of all of those W's, make note of them. That way when you're feeling low, you can go back and look at it and be like, yeah, I am a winner. Take some time to reflect on how your skills and your effort contributed to these successes. Take a moment to just reflect on a win. Take a moment to reflect on a recent win. Which of your skills and what about your effort contributed to those wins? It seems like for me it's so much easier to focus on the L's and remember the W's. I wonder if there's some kind of psychology thing going on. Negativity bias. Negativity bias. Your brain will gravitate and remember negative things more readily than it will positive things, because it's more important for your survival to know where the wolves are living than it is to know where to go to find food. We focus on the negative because it helps us to avoid danger. And that's why we remember our failures more than we remember our successes sometimes. Because as far as our psychology goes, it's the same thing. Trying to avoid future pain by focusing on our past pain. And that's why it's nice to sometimes just mindfully be aware of your wins. Got a new job recently, that's a win in my book. Nice. Give me some more. Share your wins with me. Share your wins with me. What's a recent win for you? I'll wait. I'll wait right here. Tell me your wins. You left her home. Oh yeah, you've been doing some stuff. You've been going out. You've been going shopping. That's a win. That's progress. Last week, though? What about it being last week would make it not count? I don't care if it was last year, it still counts. Someone complimented my awesome shirt yesterday. That's a win. Now reflect on how your skills and effort contributed to that success. Like, well, I picked it out. I kept it clean. I put it on. I did it all by myself. W's, I quit my job that was burning me out after arguing with my therapist about and realizing they were right this whole time, already feeling better that I don't have to go back. Hell yeah. It always surprises me that there's people out here just outright arguing with their therapists. Like, huh. Trying to think of my like history of therapy, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever gotten into an outright like argument with a person. You know? Scheduled LASIK consultation? W. Built a basement apartment for my elderly cat? W. Alright, give me a couple more W's and we'll move on. I need a few more W's before I continue. I need your W's to energize me, otherwise I'm just gonna take a nap. I'm just gonna take a little nap real quick right here. Just... Me. Shoo. Me. Another great way to overcome imposter syndrome is to seek support and feedback. Talk openly about your feelings. Do this with your friends, mentors, a therapist, people that you can trust. If you feel this way, talk about it. Let them gas you up. Let them, remind you of some real perspective. A win 10 hours from now will be the meal I'm gonna have. What are you doing? Making a brisket or something? You having brisket tomorrow? Surround yourself with supportive people who affirm your value. Shout out to all the supportive people who affirm each other's value here in this community. Give yourself a hand. Give yourself a round of applause. It's just simple rice porridge with sugar and cinnamon, and it's delicious. Ah, some of those like overnight oat type things. Okay, I see what you're doing. All right, we've got more. Let's talk about some more ways that we can overcome imposter syndrome. A really important one is to practice self-compassion. Replace your harsh self-criticism with understanding and kindness. All right, where are my harsh self-critics at? Where are you? I know you're here. Where are you? I know for certain there's some people here who are very harsh self-critics, people who don't have a mean bone in their body, people who would not hurt a fly. But they're out here beating themselves up like it's running out of style. I know you're here. Where has harsh self-criticism gotten anybody? Harsh self-criticism seems effective, but it really isn't. It's kind of a self-sabotage. Sometimes it's important to do, but not all the time. It's not the only tool that we have. It's not the only tool that we should use. You know, maybe if you find yourself alone and isolated and homeless and addicted to something and you are having to just do whatever you can to survive, it's like, okay, maybe some harsh self-criticism could be effective, but I feel like in most cases, just being like harsh and self-critical just isn't really the way. Like sometimes we do need to be real with ourselves, don't get me wrong. Sometimes we do need to just be absolutely real with ourselves. But understanding and kindness are more important for most situations. I question everything I do, and then I question the questions that I have, and then I question my answers, and then I question my answers to those questions, to those answers in a terrifying matrix of questioning myself that probably goes into the 5th dimension. And in that way, the question is the answer. And all I need to do in that moment is simply be. Instead of figuring it all out, I just need to exist. And in doing that, I will find the answer. There are different reasons why we can be really harsh with our self-criticism. And I feel like a lot of us do it because it's a way to protect ourselves from the criticism of others. You know, if we are already our harshest critics, then other people can't really criticize us because we do it to ourselves worse. And so sometimes it's a way to protect ourselves from criticism by being our own biggest critic. But what we want to try to do is move away from that and approach an ideal of understanding and kindness. That's what's really going to help you grow. You got to nurture yourself. Treat yourself as you would a friend who was struggling with self-doubt. Imagine your best friend was struggling with self-doubt. What would you say to them? How would you treat them? If I'm my harshest critic, then everyone that criticizes me isn't as harsh in comparison. That's true. I know, that's exactly what I was saying, and that's what some people will do as a means of protecting themselves from criticism. But then you gotta remember that, oh, I'm protecting myself by beating the shit out of myself. How is that supposed to work? Like, I'm gonna protect myself from getting beat up by whooping my own ass. It's like, Believe me, I used to do that to myself. I was a very harsh critic of myself because I feel like many of us are. And what I realized was, maybe I don't need to be beating myself up all the time. Maybe that's actually just, maybe there's a better way. So, let's say that you had a really good friend. Let's say you had your best friend and they were struggling with self-doubt. What would you say to them? Feel free to share it if you are so inclined, but just think about it. You know, what would you say to a friend, somebody you really cared about, if they came up to you and said, I just don't know if I'm good enough. I just don't feel worthy. I have a hard time accepting compliments. I have a hard time accepting love. What would you say to them? All right, now say that to yourself. Whatever it is that you want to say to your best friend, say it to yourself. Treat yourself like you would treat your best friend. That will really help you to break out of this self-defeating thought loop. Also, you're never, okay, a sugar biscuit, you're never allowed to say that you're not good at stuff again because you had a beautiful response to something that you would say to a friend who was beating themselves up. And you had the audacity to say you weren't a good friend earlier. I could flip this desk. I could flip this desk in frustration right now. I have no friends. I left them all because I can't be their cheerleader. And who's gonna be your cheerleader? Hopefully it's you. Be your own biggest cheerleader. Another really important way to overcome imposter syndrome is to normalize the conversation about it. It's important to recognize that imposter syndrome is a common experience, and it is something that even high achievers face. So that's why it's important to talk about it. Because if we just sit with it on our own, then we feel like there's something wrong with us or that we're the problem. This is why it's important to talk about it, to destigmatize it, normalize having this conversation. By sharing your story, you can help to inspire others to open up and feel less alone. So even in coming in here and talking in chat, you might not feel like you're doing much, but really you are. Think about all the people who are gonna watch the VOD. Think about all the people who are just lurking. And they see your story and they're able to resonate with that and they're able to feel a little bit less alone. So you're doing good and you might not even be realizing it. I definitely relate to this. I do graphic design and I'm always comparing my work to others on my team, which is bad, I know. I try to look at their work as inspiration to be better, but at times it's hard to not feel like I'm just not as good. You gotta remember, a lot of them probably feel the exact same way about you. A really important thing about being a designer or an artist is to just embrace your style. And try not to make your style somebody else's style. You'll create the best work when you're doing it the way that you do it. All right, let's wrap it up. imposter syndrome does not define you. It is a learned mindset, and it is something that can be unlearned. By understanding the roots of imposter syndrome, by recognizing the way that it manifests, and by taking actionable steps, you can reclaim your confidence and embrace your achievements. And that's a beautiful thing. Study Orbit, I'm glad you like the stream. Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. Glad you like it. I'm out of coffee, but I had a coffee and a generic energy drink today, so I probably had enough caffeine. My eyeballs already a little twitchy. You are a work in progress. That is a beautiful thing. All right, everybody, that's the Imposter Syndrome presentation. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. Thank you all. You've been a wonderful crowd. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, please. Any questions about this topic before we move on? Did we learn anything? How are we feeling? I'm liking the new formula that I've been using for presentations. The whole understanding the cause, understanding the manifestations, and then understanding what to do about it. I like that formula. I feel like that's the best way to have it be educational, but also empowering. And that's what I'm striving for. So hopefully you're feeling a little bit uplifted. That was my goal for today. My goal for today was to leave you feeling empowered and uplifted about your insecurities. Feeling wary but a little more empowered. Hey, that's a start. That's where you get started. Oh my god, Atticus, that was a bark. Dogs, be quiet. Dogs, stop it. Dogs, shut up. I'm trying to... Dogs, stop it. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. All right, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna circle back around to the question box. If anybody has a question, we're actually all caught up in the box, so that's where we're at. So if you have any questions that you'd like to go over, feel free to drop them in the box and we'll get to them right away. I missed the presentation, but great job. I've been working on extra credit for a class. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to dock it from your grade here, so I'm just going to have to remember that. Attendance is 90% of your grade in this class. Now's the time I just want to stop and say thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting this stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this stream. Couldn't do it without you. If you like this stream, if you like this content, if you like me, consider supporting this stream by subscribing or by gifting a sub. Every little bit helps. What was your focus when you did therapy? I worked primarily with individuals who had severe and persistent mental illness. I did a lot of grief counseling. I did a lot of counseling around anxiety, depression, social phobia, agoraphobia. No couples counseling, though. No couples counseling for me. Just sounded a bit too messy. How to control our mind. Like in various mental illness, we know that a certain thing is happening because of it. The best way to learn how to control your mind is to practice increasing your awareness. And the best way to do that is through meditation. By improving our awareness, by improving our awareness, what we are doing is we are improving our ability to navigate our own mind. We're learning how to direct the flow of our thinking. We're learning how to detach from the things that we need to let go of. And in doing so, we're able to find the things that are important to us to hold on to. Having an awareness and an understanding of how your mental condition is influencing your life is a really important part of healing it. But understanding is only half of the equation. We need to understand it, but then we need to figure out what we want to do about it. Meditation seems like it must be really powerful. It is. It is. I can't talk highly enough about the power of meditation. Without a doubt, it was one of the most important things in my own mental health. Well, that and the power of love. The power of love, the power of friendship, and some good old-fashioned meditation. Goes a long way. How do I keep from feeling down when I am doing well mentally, but my body is sick? You gotta take the time you need to heal. You gotta take the time you need to get better. Beating yourself up is just gonna make you take longer to heal. It's gonna make you take longer to get better. I feel like lately, every time I have plans, I get sick and it's bumming me out. Then make some plans for when you feel better. That's what I would say. Make some plans for when you feel better. It's okay to feel bummed out for your plans that didn't go through because you got sick. It happens. It happens. So make some plans for when you get better. Being sick sucks. But I feel like adding stress to that, adding stress when you're already in like a physically stressed state, because like being physically ill, that's like physical stress. It's physically taxing on your body to be sick. So we don't need to add mental stress on top of that, because I feel like that's just going to slow down our healing factor. Had really bad food poisoning the other day. I was up all night and had work in the morning, but this time I actually called in sick, and instead of feeling guilty, I felt empowered that I prioritized my health over a corporation. That's a W. That's a W. Whenever you are in a state of healing, give yourself the time and the space that you need to do that healing. You don't need to add anger or frustration. It's just going to make it more stressful for us. It's going to make it take longer. It's going to make it more painful. Compassion. Compassion, compassion, compassion. Any advice for someone getting into reading self-help stuff like diet? Yeah. When it comes to a diet, there's lots of people who have lots of ideas. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good. Your diet is a big factor in both your physical and your mental health, so just keep that into consideration. You want to eat food that's good for you, it's good for your body, it's good for your mind. And so I would just say avoid anything too jarring, avoid anything too extreme. And find people who have proper credentials. Don't just take diet advice from somebody on YouTube who you have no idea where they came up with this information. Yeah, there's also a lot of debate that goes into like what's actually a priority and what's actually important, which is why I try to just steer clear of that conversation. I'm not a nutritionist. And you gotta remember that certain people have different body types and they have different metabolisms, and for some people, certain diets, certain exercises, those work, and for other people, they don't work. So it's all about finding something that works for you. Something helpful, something sustainable. I've cut back on fast food. I hardly eat fast food anymore. It's like maybe once every couple of weeks, if that. But what I've noticed is that after I do it, I feel like shit. I feel terrible. How do we tell if the goals or the things we are doing are part of the hedonic treadmill? Oh, we love the hedonic treadmill. The hedonic treadmill. Chasing after that carrot, that fleeting happiness, that fleeting pleasure. How can we tell if goals or the things we are doing are part of the hedonic treadmill, or if those things you are doing are things that will give you meaning and purpose? How to tell the difference? Because maybe video games for someone might be a hedonic treadmill, but someone else video games might be giving them fulfillment. It's all about your mind. It's all about how you frame it. That's the only difference. There is no objective truth here. It's all about your own perception. Am I doing this just because it gives me pleasure? Am I doing this just because it's fun? Or am I doing this for some sort of grander purpose? That's up to you to decide. There is no universal truth regarding this. So how do we tell the difference? Self-reflection. Taking a look at ourselves. Seeing where is this going to get us? Is this a good use of my time? If you're having fun, it's time well spent. But sometimes we have to do stuff that's not so fun. My advice would just be to try to have fun anyway. Going back to your example of video games specifically, I would say that it depends on your mindset. It depends on your level of insight. Like, are we just playing games because it's fun, or because it's a stress relief, or it's a distraction? Or are we playing because it helps to keep our mind sharp, it helps to keep our reflexes up? It just depends on how you frame it. One person's hobby, one person's art form is another person's waste of time. And the truth about life is that it's up to you to decide. There is no inherent meaning to life. There is no inherent point and purpose. That's up to you to figure out. What do I want to do with the life I've been given? Love more, hate less is my general advice. It's a good place to start. Aren't we all just doing our own forms of art? This is true. So just give it some consideration. What art form are you pursuing? What do you want your craft to be? What do you want the instrument to be that you are learning how to play? An instrument does not have to be a musical instrument. An instrument could be your body. An instrument could be a pencil. It could be a knitting needle. Sometimes life is about just finding an instrument and then learning how to play it because it brings you joy to see yourself play. You enjoy the music that you make. How to overcome porn addiction, etc. Porn addiction is rampant these days. It's rampant. Just think about it for a moment. There is more adult material in the world right now than there ever has been in the entirety of human history. The volume of adult entertainment, the volume of pornography just continues to trend upwards. There's just more and more of it out there. More and more of it. A lot of people are becoming hooked on the stuff. Why do we get hooked on it? Why is it so addicting? It's physically gratifying, but it's also mentally gratifying in some ways. Just the act is mentally satisfying in some ways. I've heard most internet traffic is adult videos. It's true. It's true. Let's verify that fact real quick. One of the top ranked pornography sites in the world had 700 million more total visits than Amazon. $1.5 billion times more visits than Netflix. Actually, that's not times. They had just over 1.5 billion more visitors than Netflix. Not a billion times more. That'd be way too many. A billion and a half more visitors. Except for Twitch and Reddit, some of the top pornographic websites have a higher average visit duration than other comparator non-pornographic websites, such as Netflix, Amazon, etc. The top 3 porn websites combined had higher traffic rank scores in the US than all the non-pornographic sites except for Amazon and Yahoo. A lot of people watching it. So how do we stop a porn addiction? Let's go to WikiHow. Let's WikiHow that shit. Things you should know. Delete all porn from your devices. Consider installing a parental lock to make it harder for you to watch porn. Sometimes you can't trust yourself and you just gotta put barriers in place. A great way to address this behavior is to replace the habit with a different one, such as exercise or doing a hobby. You gotta replace that behavior with something else. You gotta fill that time with something. Identify your triggers that make you feel like watching porn, whether that be loneliness, boredom, stress. Find other ways to cope with those emotions. Delete it from your devices. Install a parental lock. Find a new hobby. This person chose gardening and reading. Spend more times with friends and family. Identifying your triggers is a really important one. Understanding why you feel the need to do it is really important in changing that behavior. Maybe you do it when you're feeling sad. Maybe you do it when you're feeling frustrated. Maybe you're doing it when you're feeling lonely. So identify those feelings and do something about those feelings. I feel like too much porn watching leads to increased misogyny. It does. It does. This is true. Practice some self-care or do something relaxing to reduce your stress level. A lot of people use this as a way to relieve their stress, so what we want to try to do is do something else instead to relieve that stress. Meditation, deep breathing exercises, yoga. Treat any underlying mental health issues. Maybe you're using it to cope with stress, depression, anxiety. Find someone to help you work through those underlying issues. Professional help is also an option. Talk to a therapist about it. Join a support group. National support groups include Porn Addicts Anonymous, Sex Addicts Anonymous, SAMHSA. A medical professional may even recommend medication. Signs of porn addiction include intense shame or guilt after watching porn. You might spend a lot of time thinking about porn or the next time you'll get to watch porn. Maybe you're planning your schedule around being able to watch pornography. These are all signs that you might have an unhealthy obsession with it. Maybe it feels out of control. Maybe you feel like I can't do anything else while doing it. I have to have it open in another monitor. I have to have it on my phone. Maybe it's causing you to neglect your relationships. That's it. Those are some great ways to deal with porn addiction. Shout out to WikiHow for the fantastic advice. The thing about pornography use is a lot of people grow out of it. The most common age range for people using pornography websites is like 18 to 34. After that, it kind of wanes off. And I'm not saying that older people don't do it too. It's true. But usually it declines after around 34. You just start to realize that the whole industry is kind of predatory and kind of gross, and you just don't want to be a part of it. What is the difference between narcissism and self-love and selfishness? Because on one hand, it is important to value your own emotional needs, but I could see situations where someone might call you selfish for putting your emotional needs over someone else. But at the same time, if you are suffering, then you might need to prioritize your own health while minimizing your impact on others. On the other hand, others might look down on you for looking after your own needs while theirs suffer. So I'm wondering where the balance is between valuing your own needs compared to other people's needs, which might cause them to call you selfish or narcissistic. This is a good question. There's not a straight answer for it, because you really do have to try to find that balance. I would say that narcissism isn't true self-love. A lot of narcissists they might not really like themselves all that much. They might not truly, genuinely have that self-love. They might just supplement it with adoration and compliments and others fawning over them. If you need to prioritize yourself, prioritize yourself. That's important to do. If you need to attend to your own needs, attend to your own needs. But if you're finding that that's all you do, then maybe we're a little self-centered. It's about finding a balance. You know, you want to prioritize yourself, but you don't need to prioritize yourself all the time. Sometimes it's okay to look out for someone else. But we better serve other people when we take good care of ourselves. If we are a good support to ourselves and we are, honest and genuine and helpful with ourselves, then it makes it easier for us to do that for others. You gotta put on your own oxygen mask before you help the person sitting next to you. Also, you gotta recognize that if you aren't genuinely being like intent, if you're not trying to hurt anybody, if you're not being, you know, minimizing or insulting or manipulative, because that's what a lot of narcissists do. A lot of narcissists will do a lot of like gaslighting. They will avoid accountability. They will, you know, find a way to make things your fault or your problem and not their problem. You know, taking care of yourself is far and away different from being a narcissist. Being a narcissist is avoiding accountability. Self-love is about accepting accountability. I love you. I love you too. I love you too, buddy. Good to see you, friend. How you doing? Let me just say something real quick. If a person is asking for your help, but you say, actually, I can't right now, I've got to attend to my own needs, and then they go and they call you selfish and a narcissist, what does that say about them? Aren't in a way they kind of being the selfish one? By saying, no, you can't attend to your own needs, you have to attend to my needs first. You need to work on my problems. You can't work on your own problems, you selfish bastard. It's like covert narcissism, like they're projecting their narcissism onto you. Exactly, that's kind of what they're doing. If you got people accusing you of being a narcissist because you're trying to work on yourself and be a better person, then you shouldn't be worried about what they have to say about you because they're just flat out wrong. Narcissists love to make you feel like you're the narcissist. People who are actually like kind and compassionate and understanding will give you that space that you need to work on yourself, and they will recognize, you know, like, it's okay. They need to work on themselves right now. They're not available to help me. That's fine. But if they make you feel bad for not being able to help them, then that's their problem. That's not your problem. If you just can't do it, if you don't have the capacity or the means or the emotional energy, you don't have to. You gotta take good care of yourself so that you can take better care of the people you care about. You feel me? Because what you'll realize is that once you do take proper care of your needs, when you do show yourself self-love and you start to, you know, embrace that aspect of yourself, practicing good self-care, what you're going to notice is that helping others is going to become more important to you because you've learned how to help yourself and you're going to want to help others to do that as well. Like, once you get your shit together, that frees up the space in your mind to help other people get their shit together. I would also be mindful of people who just start throwing out the label of being a narcissist all willy-nilly just because you're trying to treat yourself better. It's like, I don't know about that. Sometimes bad advice or low-quality help is worse than no help at all. Thank you. Exactly. Precisely. If people are looking down on you for looking after your own needs, instead of attending to their own needs, they're just making you they're just blaming you for their problems. That's what's going on there. Like, if you're suffering and they're suffering, and you're doing something about your suffering, and they're just blaming you for not helping them with their suffering, isn't that their problem? Kind of sounds like that's their problem to deal with. Just saying. You gotta take good care of yourself. And loving yourself is not the same as narcissism. I feel like there are people out there who will say, I shouldn't love myself. I shouldn't take good care of myself. I shouldn't prioritize my own needs because I don't want to be a narcissist. I have to be helpful. I have to be compassionate. I have to be self-sacrificing. If you got shit to do, do it. You know, if you got stuff to work through it, and then come back and help others. You're gonna end up burning yourself out if you keep sacrificing. You're gonna end up burning yourself out if you keep prioritizing other people's needs over your own. Take care of you first, and then start taking care of other people. It's gonna help both of you. People pleasers hurting themselves while their own needs suffer. Hey, people pleasers. Hey, people pleasers, this is for you, people pleasers. Aren't you people too? When's it gonna be your turn? When's it gonna be your turn? Just think about it. When's it gonna be your turn? Alrighty. I think that might be it for today. Gang. I think this goose is cooked. Alrighty. That's going to be it for today. We'll be back again tomorrow. I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for watching the stream. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for being you, by the way. Thank you, especially. You in particular. You. Yes, you. Not them. You. Right there. Yeah. Thank you. So have a great night. We'll be back again tomorrow. I'm gonna raid Cartoon Therapy. Cartoon Therapy, a friend of the show, Cartoon Therapy, a brother in arms. Cartoon Therapy won the streamer award for Hidden Gem, so go share some love. Go tell him congratulations from me on behalf of us. on behalf of our community here. Cartoon therapy brain domain crossover episode when? Question mark. I know we're both interested. We just need to get it in motion. We just need to plan it. So it's gonna happen. We're gonna have a crossover episode. Alrighty, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great night. Sunny's crooked a bit. No, it's just my face. My face is actually crooked. I have a crooked face. That's the problem. Alright, everybody. Have a great night. Have a great life. We'll see you all next time. Stay safe out there. Bye-bye. 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 Go say congratulations to Cartoon Therapy for us. Go say congrats on the win, buddy. See y'all tomorrow. Love you. Bye.